Okay, good morning. Welcome to the Thurston County Board of County Commissioners Board Work Session, Monday, July 17, 2023. It is 10:16 a.m. We've been working through a few technical issues on our end for this long work session, which was set to start at 10. We'll be here till 4 p.m. potentially. We have a schedule of sort of chunks. There will be a break at noon, and we'll see how long it goes. The topic is the 2024 to 2029 Capital Improvement Program, and has many elements and a lot of information. First item here at 10 a.m. is an overview and project delivery section at 10:30. Then we pick up with county facilities, and we're off and running from there. Andrew Bond is here. Are you in charge for the beginning? Okay, so Andrew Bond's here. My name is Ty Menser, Vice Chair of the Board. Commissioner Gary Edwards here. The Chair, Commissioner Mejia, is excused today. Our Assistant County Manager, Rob Gelder. We have our Director of Public Works, Jennifer Walker. And that's, there's folks on Zoom, but they can hear, but we can't hear them. But we're gonna work with that. So is there anything Assistant County Manager needs to be said, or pass it straight to Andrew? Okay.
Pass it right over.
Here we go.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Bond here with Community Planning. Today's work session is on the Thurston County Capital Improvement Program, or Appendix G of the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan. This is an annual briefing that takes place every July, and it kickstarts the CIP legislative process. During today's briefing, we will go over numerous elements within this capital improvement program, but we will not be seeking any direction from the board. This is primarily an informational briefing to just provide you the context of the 2024 to 2029 CIP and open it up to questions. We will review the projects and expected expenditures and financial tables for the next 6 years. If there are projects that the board wish to add or remove, this is the opportunity to bring those forward and discuss them in the group. As I mentioned, we will be going over the different elements within the capital improvement program for the next 6 years and the different projects that are included within that. Again, this is just informational only. During today's work session, we'll start out obviously with the overview and project delivery, and then we'll go through the different departments and divisions within each of those departments. With a set time of ending at 2:30. However, we did allocate an additional hour or so, so if we do run over on any of the presentations, we have time. So nothing to worry about there. Sorry, there's some of the keyboards. So the capital improvement program is a component of the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan, and it is a required component. And it is triggered by the Growth Management Act, which has a requirement for a capital facilities element within a comprehensive plan. And that element must identify public facilities that are needed to support the development and future growth of Thurston County, policies that ensure the coordination and consistency of the capital facilities for the rest of the comprehensive plan and over the next 20 years, the level of services defined in the facilities, for example, acres per person, and a 6-year financial planning document that shows the funding sources and expected costs of the capital facility. And as Robin would say if she was here, this is not a budget, this is a planning document, and so they do align, but this is just the plan for the next 6 years for the county. And so this diagram kind of shows what the capital improvement program is like in Thurston County. CPED is the primary coordinator of the CIP process, and so we bring all of the different groups together and consolidate them into what you are seeing today in the capital improvement program document. And so one of the pieces is Public Works and Facilities. They're the primary project creators. They highlight what projects are needed to meet the level of service within Thurston County. We have budget. Budget aligns with our forecast and ensures that we have the necessary revenue to meet the expenditures. And finally, schools and fire, which are a reference within the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan and have their own specific CIP process under their own jurisdiction. So what is a capital facility? Each jurisdiction has the latitude to define a capital facility, which are necessary to support development. They have the jurisdiction has the ability to establish the threshold, as well as the size and life of the project listed in the capital facilities. Another key piece is if it is a REIT funded project or an impact fee funded project, it must be included within the capital improvement program within the facilities element. So here is the full list of projects that you will see within the Thurston County Comprehensive Plan. The transportation systems, water and sewer systems, stormwater facilities, solid waste facilities, parks and trail facilities, and county buildings. And as I mentioned, the three projects listed at the end are kind of the reference projects. And so we'll have the public utility districts, the school districts, and police and fire protection districts. And so those will not be outlined in detail at the end of the CIP, but they are referenced by name and the expected cost of those projects. So the capital improvement program looks out over the next 6 years, and it is updated more frequently than the rest of the capital facilities element, which takes place on an annual basis every 10 years. The CIP is consistent with the county budget and helps to identify revenue and project cost for each of the projects listed. It does prioritize and describe each of the projects in detail, including graphics, locations, project phases, and so on. And helps determine when a capital facility project should occur. Too much. So for the future schedule, very similar to last year and the years before, we are having our work session in July this month, and then starting in August, we really kickstart the process. And so we will have a planning work session in August. In September, we intend to have a planning commission public hearing and receive a recommendation. Within October, we will have a board briefing, and then so on, to schedule a public hearing and align our public hearings and adoption dates with the county budget and any other comprehensive plan amendment in December. So that more or less kind of covers my sections. I'm just gonna close this. And I will pass it off to Jennifer.
Are we gonna have questions at some point along here as we go and incrementally? Or try to wait until we're done with
I
everything?
think with the two of us and schedule is okay if we just ask questions as they come up. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I think we've got the flexibility to do that. Go ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
I guess it's been brought up about the REIT fund maybe not being adequate. So would you be the one that could respond back to that as far as we're dividing out? We usually have REIT 1 and REIT 2. Depending on what we're doing. And what I'm wondering about is projects using REIT funds are must be listed in the capital facilities element. As far as you know, is that all on the up and up? We've done that. We've got everything listed. And then my follow-up question to that is the bond payoff business. How does that work if it's not part of the CIP?
I will have to defer to Nicole.
For sure. So I believe the statement that you're referring to is the projects being included in the capital facilities plan. So if they're REIT funded or if they have impact fees, we have to include those projects in the CIP. So that's a requirement that has to be met.
Yes, how we've defined what a
Capital
capital
project is.
You got it.
Right. As far as funding being available to these projects, that is something that would happen during the budget development phase. So around November, December time, when we bring the budget back to you, you will be able to see what projects and what that fund balance is, and if those projects can be supported by that fund. This is a planning document. This is not the budget. And so this is saying if the funds were available, these are the projects that would be able to be met by that fund's requirements.
Well, I understand that the county doesn't have to have the numbers perfect because it is a planning fee, our planning paper versus a budget paper. But it does say that the county can deviate, but I'm specifically wondering about the REIT projection, because the REIT projection just looks way off. I mean, it's like $50 million off. So I'm trying to figure how that can happen as we move. We're gonna be saying that, well, this looks right. Right or not, I don't know the numbers, but it's been brought to our attention that projections for the REIT funding that would be coming in is down, considerably from what it's ever been. So how do we move forward with something when we're showing that it's gonna have money in there, but the reality is it's not?
Are you referring to both REIT 1 and 2?
Yes,
Yeah.
REIT 1 and 2. So how do we square that, I guess?
So
That's my best question.
Nicole mentioned, I think they will continue to get refined over the next couple of months as we continue to bring the CIPs to our final adoption by December. And so it will really depend on is it 1 or is it 2? A lot of the public works and or parks and trails types of projects, those will come from REIT 2, which definitely has capacity in there. And we will be kind of looking at REIT 1 and those projections relative to capital programs that might be supported by that specifically.
So if I can add, I would say that the projections, when we look at the revenue source that will be able to come in to say REIT 1 and what that looks like over the life of the fund, say the next 10 years, that is something that we can do during the budget process where we start looking at where we are to date, how much money has actually come in, and where we think that fund will land. And then what projects would be able to be supported by that, if any.
Additionally, it's a 6-year plan. And so when we're looking at projects and putting those out over those 6 years, you've got expenditures or planned projects out in year 3, 4, and 5, 6 that maybe haven't even started yet. So there's no pulling of money that's happening on those projects. It's just, if you look at what do we have budgeted, what do we have planned for 2024, 25, that's going to be the bulk of the work that we're talking about that's just coming up. So if you look at whatever that larger balance is, those projects out in years 4, 5, and 6, money's not even spent yet. So depending on what the plan is or what the projected revenue would be, it's not like we would be going into the red. Every year we're coming back and looking at projects, and so that gives the board an opportunity every year to make those adjustments to account for, once we go through budget, what needs to potentially come off if something does.
But somehow in the plan, we have to show the revenue source. And if it's, we can deviate, that's, a little bit here and there or whatever. But $50 million off, if we add up what we're supposed to have at the end of this year, 58% of the year is gone. And it's only gonna come out, we're gonna raise, on REIT 1, for example, $2,600,000 possibly. I mean, that fund's not gonna get any better because as the interest rate goes up, our employees aren't even gonna be able to buy a house, for a while because of the interest rate. So that's what REIT is, how REIT is funded. So if it's not gonna change, how can we say, well, we're gonna have $80 million coming in as our projection versus the reality of, okay, what have we got so far in the first 6 months? Double that, because it's not gonna change. There's not gonna be a big influx of home buying and selling going on.
The process that,
But we're saying that we are gonna have that, so that's my concern.
the process that we have built allows for that adjusting.
Mhm.
So I think good questions, right? And the process that we have in place gives the board the ability to make those changes.
Right.
So we start with the plan, tomorrow something could change, and then we have to alter the plan. So as Andrew said, we're not asking the board to make any decisions today,
Mhm.
so.
Okay,
So, yeah, I mean, the whole point really is to take our 20-year planning horizon and to start parsing it out. And we're always looking at that 6 years, and we'll have a general guesstimate as to this, well, I will call them sources and uses, right? Where are your sources of funding, whether it's REIT one or grant funding, et cetera. And then we're constantly managing on that budgetary basis every 2 years for the biennial budget or one of the amendments, right? Because all of a sudden, we will receive grant funding or state funding to do something that we didn't know about prior. And so we're constantly, tweaking that. And so there probably isn't a more living document than in many ways than the CIP or our annual, which then translates into any annual work program.
okay, that just
Yep.
kinda
Mhm.
gets me thinking in the right direction, maybe.
Okay, was that the end of that piece of the thing? So we can move to the county facilities section?
I think so. I think the process, the next 2 or 3 slides are really something that the board has seen for the last 4 years. We did a process improvement on our project delivery system back in 2019. That was a coordinated effort between Public Works and Facilities to get us all on the same page, have the same process. So presentation to the board was consistent in terms of the phasing of projects. And so the board has seen this, like I said, the last 4 years. The whole point of that being delivering projects within scope, on schedule, and in budget. Like that's the reasoning behind having a consistent project delivery process. And I don't know if
Is this gonna cover, so, just trying to remind myself, because there was a proposal made to like change project delivery processes. I was actually missed the brief, like I was sort of supportive and I think the other commissioners weren't as supportive as what I heard or what I watched on the video. And is that what we're still talking about or has that been shelved? I wasn't at the briefing on it, so I don't know kind of where it landed.
I think it just depends on the pleasure of the board and where they would like to go with it. It is something that's always
I
on
was trying to cut
my
steps out of
my
this.
horizon of how do we streamline
Streamline
that
and-
for sure, but it is not a part of
What this is
this-
talking about.
No.
Okay,
no.
I just wanted to make sure. Talk about that.
But certainly, anytime the board would like to have us come forward again on that, we can tap into.
Very good.
I think the wonderful facilities team is.
Hey Jason, as we move forward, I want you to know we're getting ready to get rid of a piece of property, so it won't grow any trees and fall. We're looking out for your problem.
We haven't had to come back for any dangerous trees lately, don't jinx us. It's been a while. Good morning, I'm Jason Ash, Facility Services Manager.
And I'm Rick Thomas, I'm the manager of our projects management group here at Central Services.
So, this first slide, how we determine our projects that go on the CIP, they're based off providing safe and sustainable public facilities to the or sustainable public facilities to serve the public, excuse me. They're also selected based upon safety, health, accessibility, sustainability of the buildings, operational efficiency, and effectiveness of the facilities. Our next slide, some of the projects that we completed in 2022 were the hydronic repairs at FJC. This project added isolation valves at locations throughout the building. This is allowing for future repairs to the system to be made without having to shut down the entire heating system. It allows us to make the repairs much quicker and to not drain the system. Part of this project also consisted of repairing 6 leaks that were currently identified in the building.
So that project's done?
Yes, it is.
How much did we spend on that project?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. I know it came in under the projected budget.
I can look that up in the meantime.
I guess the reason I ask that question is people don't understand how much it costs to do business. And incrementally, when you say, well, that was 427,000, the numbers kind of start adding up for folks. I like to keep the public as educated as I can and we move along. So I'm just gonna throw that out from my perspective. I'll probably ask that question as we move through things.
Okay.
Cause we're spending public dollars.
So-
And if we get it, you know, now, or if I get 5 minutes, I'm gonna just try and make those notes.
So another project that was completed was the Building 4 resource room. This was completed in early 2022. This set up an area for the community to access resources for housing, substance use, legal issues, employment, and education. I actually spoke with their director the other day, and currently in 2023, they have already seen double the clients that they've seen. They've already seen double the clients this year that they seen all of last year. And he expects it to be 3 to 4 times the amount of clients. Last was the CSA bed expansion. This was for the triage BHO center. This added a courtroom to the location and additional rooms for clients, along with adding a new day room.
So if you'd like to know that budget, I can let you know how much we actually spent. It was $350,000
Okay.
on the FJC, and that came out of Central Service Reserves.
To highlight a few of the projects that are currently under construction this year, we are hoping to complete in early September the replacement of the UPS at TCOM. This will replace the current 40 kW UPS, which allows triage to function in the case of a power outage until the emergency generator takes over. Another project we have at Public Health, there are currently deficiencies in the fire sprinkler system. That project will begin shortly and should be completed by the end of the year, bringing it up to current codes. So we're code compliant with the fire marshal. The third project that's currently under construction is the TCCF IT room upgrade. This will replace the cooling system for the IT equipment room with an energy efficient system that is, as the current system has expired or exceeded its life expectancy. The last project we currently have underway that I'm speaking about today is the TCCF video court booths. This will create a space in each pod at the corrections facility to allow for more remote hearings to occur.
Jason,
Yes.
so for those of us who are still, I'm gonna still play the new card in terms of all
Yeah,
of
the
the
acronym business,
acronyms.
yeah.
If it, and or specifically for folks that may be watching the program, would it be possible to explain what they are, UPS, TCCF, et
Yes.
cetera?
So the UPS stands for uninterruptible power supply. It's a bank of batteries that will supply power to the building until the generator.
And it's over at our dispatch center.
Yes. So next we have the PHSS, Public Health and Social Services, for the fire system there. And the other acronyms, TCCF, Thurston County Correctional Facility. So both of those projects will take place at our county jail.
Thank you.
So to highlight a,
Can I ask on that one? You may not know the answer to this, but I'm just wondering if that is the work that's being done, because there's been a number of projects like at the jail. And some of it was COVID and now we're, you know, this is post-COVID. And then there's stuff going on at the court, like they need, you know, and I'm just wondering like, are there teams that are like coordinating that? You know what I'm saying? Like jail's like, well, we'd like more booths, but you know, are the judges really gonna like, you know, is that integrated with the dockets and the actual number of booths we need for the number of court hearings that are gonna happen at the number of dockets, you know? Is this all like a, or is it just kind of, it feels to me from where I sit, kind of ad hoc, because no one's ever presented like, here's the vision for how we make sure the jail works seamlessly with the court. It just seems like, okay, well, we have a need for better audio at the jail because we can't hear the people, or better audio at the court because we can't hear the people at the jail. And okay, we've got a backlog because we're using these rooms for COVID, so let's put more video booths in. I mean, is there talking between those two silos?
So, for instance, the video court booths, we've pulled in multiple stakeholders, public defense being one, Superior Court being another, along with jail staff. So we try to pull in all of the stakeholders to hopefully resolve any issues before.
Okay, so there is at least some communication. When the jail says we need X, the court's brought in to talk about whether that really fits with what's going on at the court.
Correct. I believe this project, the video court booths were actually brought up by public defense.
Okay.
So, and then we spoke with jail staff about creating a space there.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to ask that.
Yes. So, and then to highlight some of the projects, they're all not listed here. They are listed in the table at the end of this presentation. But upcoming for 2024-25, we have the camera system replacement at the Thurston County Correctional Facility. The current system is an analog-based system that is past its life expectancy. Parts of the system have already begun to fail. Parts are difficult to find if we can find them at all, along with finding vendors who will support the system. So this will integrate with the touchscreen system at the corrections facility and upgrade the cameras to an IP-based system.
This is like security cameras that we're talking about? Okay.
Yes. Next up, we have the corrections facility secure parking area. This project will enclose the area that the corrections staff currently park in. It will also add gates on each driveway into the facility, allowing the access to be badge controlled.
Have there been incidents in the parking lot that are spurring this, or is this just best practice, or?
There was instances a couple years ago when this started coming to light about them wanting it to be a project. Currently, we have not had any instances, but it is best practices for a correctional facility. So next we have pump house repairs at the Tilly campus. Many parts of the Tilly water system are original to the site. This project will replace those parts and pieces before they begin to fail. This will provide a reliable system to supply water to the main Tilly campus. Oh, I should have mentioned, you can see the estimated costs on the bottom of each slide. So those are currently rough numbers. As we move forward, we'll define those numbers closer to the exact cost.
So
One you're familiar with that will begin construction hopefully later this year, if not early 24-25, is the Thurston County Courthouse infrastructure upgrades. As I said, you're familiar with this. The final scope of this project is currently being designed with the AE firm.
Jason, back on 20 there, I'm sure you mean 150,000 or something like that, right?
For the pump house repairs.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, thank you for catching that.
Otherwise, we could do a whole bunch of those.
Yes.
Just duct tape, that's all.
So,
alien tape.
a project that was on the list previously and it's been pushed and we're hoping to get to construction in 2024 is the countywide vehicle charging stations. This will add charging stations at specific locations for county vehicles as fleet moves forward with their plan to electrify the fleet. You will also hear more about this project when we get to the budget cycle, as you may see a policy level request asking for additional funding to include possibly public facing EV charging stations.
On that topic, how are we coming with coordinating anything we might do with our surrounding jurisdictions, so it's kind of seamless for the public?
So I'm working currently with Rebecca. We meet sometimes multiple times a week, looking at different funding sources for the EV and different options with other entities and whatnot. Currently, there's nothing on the plan, but we're constantly looking at different ideas and thoughts with other county or other state agencies and or cities.
Thanks.
So next we have the Tilly Sky Bridge repairs. The current sky bridges at the Tilly campus have begun to rust. There are currently only visual issues with it, but moving forward with this project will prevent any further structural issues with the sky bridges.
Is that like painting, basically, is what you're talking about, Rust-Oleum?
I wouldn't say Rust-Oleum, but we're looking at options with the AE on what to do to keep it from occurring again in the future. Previously, it was painted. We're looking at, like I said, multiple options, trying to find something that's cost effective, but that will have a greater lifespan than the paint did. Because I believe the paint lasted about 10 years, I believe,
At the most.
at the most. Yes, yes. So our last slide is a list of all the projects that are currently on the CIP for capital facilities. The numbers you see are just rough numbers currently. We'll be updating these as we get into August and early September to show what we have spent exactly on the project and what we predict will be spent on it throughout the end of 2023. And then what remains for funding for the projects that are currently underway. So,
And along with that is also your funding sources. That's not been defined or finalized.
so any questions on any of those?
Anything else, Commissioner?
No, lots of questions, but for future discussions, I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay.
This is just the intro.
Okay, next we have our Parks Department.
Everyone's favorite.
Good morning.
Good morning.
No, I've seen you.
With me 1 second here, might get my technology.
So you're gonna see from each of the presentations from Public Works, similar to central services or facilities, is the kind of what drives the projects, how we determine how a project becomes a project, so to speak, and then what we've completed in 2023 and then what's on the horizon for 2023, what we might be doing, and then also 2024.
Lost my notes there for a second. Got them.
There's a keyboard and or whomever wants to advance the slides for those who are online.
You got me? All right. All right. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ed Marson. I'm the Parks and Trails Maintenance and Operations Manager. This morning, we'll be discussing upcoming Parks and Trails projects. As you know, our Parks and Trails has very limited resources, so we focus on projects that are designed to complete required infrastructure repairs, add capacity to existing facilities, or reduce required maintenance costs. A project is selected and placed on the CIP based on several factors, such as system needs, citizen input, funding availability, and professional judgment. All parks and trails capital projects are required to be listed on the CIP regardless of project scope, as they are all funded by REIT 2 and park impact fees. Now we'll move on to projects that are scheduled for completion in 2023.
Can I ask real quick on that?
Yes.
So, does Growth Management Act require, you have to plan for 20 years of transportation growth and housing and all this stuff? Do you have, how strict is the rule that we have to increase, like maybe it's acres per, I know there's level of service you can choose, but is there a certain underlying mandate to expand parks a bit as population increases?
No, but you do have to plan for them, and so there is a cycle by which the parks plan is updated and then incorporated into the comp plan as well.
Right, so as a part of the comprehensive plan update that's happening now, there is an element for parks and trails as well, open space. And then the county itself has our parks, open space, and trails, we refer to it as our post plan, that we update every 5 years. That helps, I think, feed into the comp plan. And then the board set a level of service for parks, and that's what we'll be looking at. Again, it was adjusted after the last post plan. It's adjusted down a little bit, right? Because we want to take into consideration maintaining it. So when Ed talked at the very beginning, kind of here, like it was part of the strategy that we put in front of the board. Instead of just build, and we don't have any money to maintain it, we're looking at how do we add capacity? How do we look at the revenue, use the revenue sources that we currently have, which is our park impact fees, which we need to use only for capacity projects. So how do we add capacity to our existing infrastructure? And then also look at ways to reduce or at least minimize the level of effort to maintain those facilities. So we've got some standardization of buildings and that kind of.
So if we were to say, okay, here's a plan for a bunch of new park stuff, but like in terms of comparing it to this, our chart would show all these projects and the funding source, nothing. We don't have money. So nothing's gonna happen. Then that would be legal, that'd be okay with the comp plan GMA to say that. We can't say that like about other things. I'm just trying to compare, like are parks different or they really follow that same track?
I have to think through that. I'm not sure. It's a conversation that Robin and I have gone back and forth on. When you look at the plan and there's supposed to be that financial piece of it.
Right.
And so it was always well, how do you show that you have a need? We basically are just adjusting down what our need is constrained by the budget that we have.
What do you mean by
that's how
need, when you say need?
If the board wanted to look at expanding and you set a higher level of service,
Yeah.
we're basically setting our level of service based off of the money that we have available.
Right. And I guess I'm just wondering, can that go all the way down to like 0? Like we're not gonna
I
legally.
think possibly. I don't know that there's a requirement to have. Andrew's shaking.
There's no requirement for parks, I believe, within the comprehensive plan. We have, as a county, established that parks and open space is a capital facility for Thurston County. And so we include that, and obviously because of the funding sources, they must be included within the capital improvement program.
Go ahead.
I
Looking
was just
for an
going
explanation.
to say that, often with any of these plans, right, those out years can be a bit more fluid, right? You may not have an identified funding source per se. So you can have a project out there, but maybe it's, what it's costing, but you don't know where your
You
source.
just say possible grants.
Possible grants,
something.
exactly, because the reason why we do the post plan is to make sure that we're eligible for state funding through other sources, et cetera. So that's why every couple of years it keeps on getting more and more clear the closer we get to a project being executed, then we know more where the funding sources are.
I'm just trying to make sure we don't get cornered, like cornered by two different legal, population's increasing, we're supposed to be doing these things, supposed to be planning, but we don't have the money and we don't, and, we're basically, not
There's
able
no
to
metric.
expand to meet, a 20% population increase, but we don't have, like, let's just say we don't have the money to maintain any more park acreage, period. And I don't see that change. I mean, we've been bandying about all sorts of ideas, but in the immediate future, that's not changing. Population's increasing, and I wasn't sure how much GMA was gonna force us to increase acreage and maintain
No,
that
we
for the public
established that.
benefit.
The county establishes their own level of service.
Sorry.
And
keep going.
and as a follow-up though
Yeah.
to your question on, we may or may not have funding to do what we need to do. Because we've made the determination it's part of our plan and we're gonna try to do it, I think, is the bottom line here. But here you've mentioned on page 26, just the prior page, that REIT funding on REIT 2 is, and the park impact fees are our funding source. So my question to the financial folks, or maybe Rob, is why do we lump REIT 1 and 2 together in other portions of our budgetary process? Because it makes it that much harder for us, because we're responsible for the dollar expenditure, to know what we do have for funds. And so it's designated by RCW, so why don't we keep those two line items separate instead of lumping them together? And that'd go back to my question kind of on the $80 million. It's really not 80 million, it's 40 million in two different funds,
So there is a REIT 1 and a REIT 2 fund.
right?
They're lumped together for reporting purposes at the end of the year through accounting. I believe that's what you may be speaking to. So when we meet SAO or the auditor, they look at REIT as one complete fund. So that's when it's grouped together. But as far as budgeting and planning, we definitely look at REIT 1 and REIT 2 separately because they are two different funds.
Okay, and we keep a separate dollar amount in each one of those as we go along.
And the uses are different.
Yeah.
Specifically, 2 is really that infrastructure, whether it's parks or transportation or public infrastructure.
Okay,
But I mean, to get to your point though, those park impact fees, like the slide on page 26 shows, those impact fees really are about, it is a tool through GMA that allows you to assess impact fees just like any other impact fee for transportation, et cetera, that's really trying to address that growth. So
But they don't allow us to use it for M&O, so,
I know that's,
and that's what we've tried to pitch to the legislature. They do in conservation futures.
Right.
but only a certain percent
Well,
too.
and that's adequate,
Eliminate.
I think, there, but they just need to put that same mechanism into the impact fee statute, and we had that back my first year on the board.
Yeah.
And it got a little bit of traction, and then we dropped it because of we debated it, but we thought there were other priorities, or it wasn't a good year to do it, or maybe it was COVID hit or something, but I still think we have to do something on that legislatively.
Yes. Until that time, we'll continue to add capacity to our existing facilities to be able to use the park impact fee, the revenue that we do have, so. Did it.
Again, back to projects that are scheduled for completion in 2023. First off, we have the Burfoot Park restroom replacement, which replaced the lower restroom, was outdated and deteriorating, and also constructed a brand new upper restroom near the playground, which is open to the public. We're waiting on the lower restroom now. It's coming into the final phases and should be complete soon. That was estimated at $1.3 million. I'm happy to say that came in under budget. We're expecting we're expecting that to come in under $800,000.
wow,
Oh,
So,
that'd be super.
that's
working hard.
substantially under.
Working hard.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Chehalis Western Trail at 41st Ave Trailhead. We constructed a gated 19-stall paved parking lot that allows for safer vehicle parking for trail users. And again, you're gonna notice a theme here. It was estimated at $550K, and it came in under $350,000.
How's that?
Mike put in some overtime hours there.
So this one, I think is gonna have a lot of public support or excitement. So whenever we're kind of at the finish line, we need to make sure we blast, public communication that.
Ribbon cutting thing or something?
Well, I mean, ribbon cutting is one thing, but just more just out there in the newspaper. I mean, people use these trails and like that may not be the trailhead that they usually use, but now they know that it's there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
Like people that are, you want everyone that uses the trail system to know about that. And so I think that we will get a lot of kudos from the public.
So our Public Works communication staff has posted on social media. It is listed on our website. And then also, various different community, groups have been spreading the word on that. The Community Design Action Team is a big proponent of that, so. It should be getting out there if it's not, and, we've got a lot of good feedback on that site specifically. And then, we have the Kennydale Park restroom replacement. That's, scheduled to go to construction in September after the busy summer season at one of our most popular parks with water access. And this project will replace an existing 50-year-old building with a new prefabricated restroom that meets ADA standards. That's estimated at $1 million. Next we have,
You're gonna work your magic on that?
yes, sir. Yes, we're gonna give it our best. Yes.
What's the construction window for that one? You said starting this fall, but how long will it take?
Depending on delivery of the prefabricated restroom, we're hoping prior to the end of the year. Not a guarantee, but they're gonna be working hard. They expect a streamlined process once that building is delivered. They'll have everything ready to go. They'll plop that thing down and get her scientific parks terminology there. They'll place it down and they'll get everything put together and hopefully open before the end of the year. Upcoming 2023 construction projects. In addition to the Kennydale Park restroom, we have the Yelm Rainier Tenino Trail extension to Crowder Road. You should be familiar with this one here. The project will extend the Yelm Rainier Tenino Trail approximately 0.24 miles. It's identified in the Yelm Tenino Trail feasibility study as a key segment that allows for potential further connectivity west and south of Tenino. The estimated project cost is $352,000. Slow myself down a little bit here. Upcoming 2024 construction projects. Again, part of the trail connectivity program, we have the Gate Belmore Trail at Glacial Heritage. And this will develop 2.1 miles of the Gate Belmore non-motorized, multi-use paved trail corridor. They will construct a new trailhead that will consist of an asphalt parking area, picnic area, and informational signage. The estimated project cost for that is $2.1 million.
Is that green area glacial heritage?
Yes. Yes.
And as a reminder for the board, this was funded based off of allocation that the board provided, that one-time funding of $1 million, and we carried it forward to do more.
That's REIT two?
It's REIT 2. Was part of what the board allocated out.
So it kind of goes along with Fish Passage program.
Yes, yes, and then we're adding to that impact fee dollars to help with that as well. So thank you.
Next, we have our ongoing trail programs. starting with the trail connectivity program, which we just referenced. The focus of this program is to improve connectivity by linking trail systems and corridors throughout the county to be enjoyed regionally by all residents. Trails are intended to form a non-motorized network throughout the county and beyond, linking neighborhoods, parks, schools, open spaces, civic facilities, and commercial centers. We also have the Trail Preservation and Rehabilitation Program. This program will implement a system to proactively and efficiently schedule maintenance and repairs on all county-owned paved asphalt multi-use trails. We also have the Parks and Trails Improvements and Development Program. And this program covers major maintenance and unexpected repairs to existing park facilities and infrastructure that cannot be planned for.
I feel like I've heard of this. Is this something, what is this? What does it mean to have that program? You're like setting aside some money for it, or you have a fund, like an emergency fund, or?
Essentially, yes. So they're unplanned for repairs that may be needed. We had, say we have an emergency failure of a culvert under the trail. Those monies there are tied into that repair. It's an emergency fund, essentially.
Kind of budgeting for it.
Correct. So not a capital project planned out, but more of a response or
Some sort of
retroactive.
opportunity that might be realized as well on a development side of it. Something presented itself to us, that would be the mechanism that we could take advantage of that.
Okay.
Good.
Good, thank you.
So this concludes our review of the Parks and Trails CIP projects and programs. Are there any additional questions that we can answer? Good job.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because we're a little ahead of schedule and we have a long morning, so let's just take, why don't we just take 15 minutes?
15 or however much you'd like.
Let's take 15 minutes and come back to pick up water and sewer utility at 11:23.
See if we can do that math.
Okay, we are back, Thurston County Board of County Commissioners work session on capital improvement program. We're picking up, it's 11:28, and we're picking up with our 11:30 item, which is water and sewer utilities. We have Joe Plahuta and Tim Wilson from Public Works. So, you guys, let's go over our water and sewer projects.
Okay, very, very good. So we're gonna follow Parks outline here. In the slides, I'm going to provide the narrative. I brought horsepower, so any questions, technical questions, Joe can help with those. So first slide, the water and sewer utilities projects.
I would use the keyboard.
Arrow. It's a Monday.
There we go. Our water and sewer utilities projects are designed to provide safe, reliable drinking water for our customers and to preserve the environmental health of our community. The projects are selected to meet state and federal regulatory requirements and service demand for a growing community. When I say growing community, I'm talking specifically about the Grand Mound community. So starting out with projects completed in 2023, the Boston Harbor Generator Replacement Project has been in process for a while now. This project is to provide redundancy within the system, ensure a reliable source of emergency power in the event of an outage. It's replacing outdated equipment, and through some staff innovation, Joe was very innovative in his approach to this. We were able to utilize a surplus solid waste generator, and where this was estimated at $500,000, the actual cost was closer to $165,000 when all was said and done. Also completed in 2023 is our countywide SCADA. SCADA is supervisory control and data acquisition, so it's the brain and nervous system of our system. We did countywide SCADA system upgrades, multiple locations. This occurred. This improves remote operating capabilities for each facility. Improved alarms allow operations staff to respond quicker and more efficiently. This is a rate funded project, and the estimated cost is $200,000. So moving on to the upcoming projects for 2023, 2024. First is the Grand Mound Clarifier number 2, rebuild and recoding. This is an ongoing design for refurbishing and repairing the existing clarifier. And the clarifier is kind of that last step in the treatment process before there is discharge into the Chehalis River system in this case. This will be constructed concurrently with the Grand Mound Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 1 improvement project, which we'll talk about in an upcoming slide. It's necessary for continued operation. We have this as rate funded with an estimated cost of $135,000. Okay, next for 2023, 2024, this is a legacy item that's been on the CIP for a number of years. Grand Mound Wastewater Class A reclamation. This was an original condition of withdrawal under existing county water rights negotiated with Ecology some years ago. We will say that this is part of there is an ongoing facility planning effort that is in process right now that includes some discussion with Ecology and potential renegotiation of the need for this project, but for now it remains on the CIP. This is slated for REIT 2 funding, and the estimated design and construction cost is $2.25 million. Also upcoming in 2023, 2024 is the Tamashan well. So this is a new well, a new potable water source which has been drilled. The pump tests have been completed very favorably. It's putting out good production and what appears to be good water quality. We are still waiting on ecology approval.
Department of Health approval.
Yes, thank you. And then the next steps would be to equip that well and to put it into service. The estimated cost for this project is $225,000. Okay, next project upcoming in 2024 is the Grand Mound Wastewater Treatment Plant Phase 1 improvement. This is the result of a major facility planning effort that is ongoing. This is our Grand Mound General Sewer Plan that has been in process and from start to finish is a 16-month, 18-month effort.
16 to 18 months.
To evaluate our wastewater facilities in the area, our sewer system, and plan for growth within the Grand Mound community. This is rate and REIT 2 funded, and the estimated design and construction cost is $4.9 million. And it also includes upgrades to an existing oxidation ditch.
And this was a project that was newly developed from this planning effort, so it includes those ditch upgrades and a few other upgrades around the treatment as well.
Are we gonna, I'm looking at the, are these parts of the money we allocated from ARPA to?
This does not touch on the ARPA funded projects. The ARPA projects are on the CIP table. We're moving forward with those, but we didn't outline those here. And we very well could.
They're on the table?
Yes, yes, they are. You'll see the ARPA, if we go to the table, you'll see the ARPA projects in line 3 and line 8. So that is the board's investment in both the Boston Harbor and Tamashan communities. We are rolling forward with design of those projects now and plan on having those under contract by the end of 2024.
And then for the public, WSER means water sewer utility rates funded?
Correct.
Through, okay, that's good. Can I ask on this one that you were saying, we're trying to get ecology maybe to say we don't need to do it? What is it exactly? Ecology says, nope, you gotta do it. Like what exactly, or what does Class A reclamation mean?
So the county acquired water rights in the past, and as a condition of using those water rights, ecology had placed this stricture that required the county to develop reclaimed water production capacity and then infiltration of that reclaimed water into the
Like what
aquifer.
law says.
Use it to mitigate.
We said we were gonna do that, but we haven't done it so far.
And newer data suggests that the intended benefit of that water reclamation and recharge process would not be met by this project. So we've kind of had some preliminary discussions with ecology. I think at a policy level and the staff level, they agree that the benefit probably isn't there. And there's better ways to accomplish that same objective without production of reclaimed water, like purchase of banked water rights, something along those lines. So we've had those discussions with ecology. They're consulting now with their AG to determine kind of the feasibility of amending that original change
That's
decision.
because where we would infiltrate it wouldn't recharge as much as was hoped, or
Well, there's this
is it hydrogeology or what?
it's a hydrogeology issue, and there was just incomplete modeling initially, and we have a better model now that kind of elucidates the benefits a bit more clearly.
Was there a particular location that you were supposed to be infiltrating at?
There was, and it was more of a region, but it was for the benefit of Prairie Creek, which runs dry most of the year anyway. And so what we're seeing is putting the reclaimed water there wouldn't really put water back in the stream, it wouldn't be sufficient to actually have water running in that stream in the summer months, which was the original objective.
Okay, perfect.
So back to the table, awful hard to see here, but we have just over 18 million, 18.2 million planned for the 6-year planning window. With that, we would take any more questions that you may have.
No questions, okay. Do I have any more? Assistant County Manager, anything?
Well, just relative to the Grand Mound, the wastewater, sorry. It's, yeah, the clarifier number 2, the rebuild and recoding. So how that process, how much life does that give back to that clarifier in terms of its structure and use?
If I were to put a number on it, say about 20 years. So that project specifically is looking at the kind of the metal components inside the clarifier and just providing those with a new paint coating to prevent corrosion.
Do we have any of the infrastructure that is concrete that also, I've seen treatments where a coating is added to the concrete or clarifiers or?
That wasn't considered for this project, and our concrete thankfully is in pretty good condition in Grand Mound. But you know, kind of on that note, we do when a new manhole's installed in our Grand Mound system, we have them put a Raven 405 epoxy on the interior. That would be kind of the objective of protecting that concrete from wastewater exposure.
Thank you.
Okay, plowing through. That takes us to, it's like 11:41, we have a break until 1 then?
There's lunch here.
There's a lunch here, yeah. Or
Break, stormwater utility picks up at 1 o'clock, so I guess we'll be in recess.
Okay.
All right, we're back from recess. It's 12:31 p.m. on Monday, July 17, 2023. We're in Thurston County Board of County Commissioners work session on the capital improvement program for 2024 to 2029. We do have virtual attendance through Thurston County YouTube channel. We stopped right before the stormwater utility section. We have 3 more sections this afternoon, and we should be done well before 4. So we're gonna pick up the stormwater utility, and we have public works staff to walk us through.
Very good.
Yeah,
Did we let the public know that we're having technical difficulties, or is that?
They're only participating via
And they can
YouTube stream.
watch.
They can watch,
oh,
yes.
okay.
it shouldn't be
That-
much for the watchers.
No,
just
there's
to
no impact to the watchers,
okay,
only
great.
if we had someone that was trying to present
online.
on Zoom, we couldn't hear that.
Okay, yeah, some internal issues, and we apologize if there's any tech problems on the user's end, but we think we've got a good recording, and we're just gonna keep going.
Fantastic. Tim Wilson, Water Resources Manager with Public Works. I have with me Nate Ensley, Senior Water Resources Engineer. We're here to talk about the stormwater utility projects this session. Similar to the last session, I will provide the high-level narrative. Nate's here to answer any technical questions or any deeper questions on these projects. And to run the PowerPoint. So, the storm and surface water utility projects may be added to our list from several different avenues. First, projects arise from resident complaints. If Public Works receives repeated resident calls for concerns of flooding and erosion, staff adds the problem to a list of potential projects to consider. Another method to add projects to the list are from operations staff bringing drainage challenges to the engineering team's attention. Some projects are selected based on studies such as the Woodard Creek Basin study that resulted in a handful of water quality projects in the Woodard Creek Basin, all of which are intended to improve water quality in Woodard Creek. As legacy infrastructure continues to reach the end of its service life, the engineering team will also add capital replacement projects to the list. So some projects completed in 2023. Since we briefed you the last time, the stormwater utility has completed 2 capital projects. The first of which is the Boston Harbor Road Northeast Stormwater Conveyance and Outfall Improvements Project, because we love long names. This project upgraded roadside conveyance facilities as well as retrofitted a failing county-owned outfall system. And the total cost for this project was roughly $1.8 million. Also completed in 2023, the Woodard Creek retrofit site number 1 is located at South Bay Road and 26th. It's one of a handful of water quality projects intended to improve water quality for Woodard Creek. Per the Department of Ecology's 2006 study on the Henderson Inlet watershed, Woodard Creek was identified as an impaired water body with concerns of fecal coliform, bacteria, dissolved oxygen, and pH criteria, and these pollutants have adverse impacts on shellfish. The project treats roadway runoff, which is a possible source of pollutants in Woodard Creek. The project cost for the project was $1.5 million, with Ecology reimbursing the majority of the cost through a water quality grant that was awarded to the county. So continuing construction in 2023 is the Madrona Beach Road Northwest vicinity retrofits. We're building one project this summer called Madrona Beach Road Northwest vicinity retrofits, This project seeks to upgrade underperforming storm infrastructure at 3 locations along Madrona Beach Road prior to runoff flowing into Mud Bay. 2 of the 3 locations will include improvements paid for by Washington State Department of Transportation through their impervious surface fees, and the anticipated cost for the project is $250,000. Focusing on projects upcoming in 2024-2025, we have the Woodard Creek Retrofit Site 4, which is currently in the design phase. This again is part of a series of Woodard Creek projects to improve water quality. It includes installation of stormwater treatment swales along 46th Avenue and Lemon Road, improve stormwater runoff quality to Woodard Creek Basin, and the project will also alleviate historical flooding on Lemon Road. The estimated cost for this is $2.3 million. Also upcoming in 24-25 is the Meadows Subdivision Ponds retrofit, which is also currently in the design phase. This would upgrade stormwater outlet control structures for 5 ponds in the Meadows Commons and the Ridge subdivisions in East Lacey. Rehab legacy pipes nearing the end of their service life. This is a grant-funded project. We have cost sharing via the Department of Ecology, and the total estimated construction cost is about $1.8 million.
Jim, on the you mentioned Lacey,
Yes,
is that Lacey Urban Growth Management Area?
That's
or
correct.
is it-
Lacey Urban
It's
Growth.
the county, but it is the county.
Is the
but
county,
it's Lacey UGA.
correct.
Thank you.
Next project upcoming in 2024 is the WashDOT US 101 Schneider Creek project. Again, currently in the design phase, this would call for vegetated filter strips and biofiltration swales intended to treat stormwater before discharge into Schneider Creek. And the estimated construction cost for this project is $910,000.
Vice Chair, can I?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
There's a new phenomenon developing, I don't know what stage it's at. Something about tire breakdown and it's hazardous to coho salmon or something like that. Are we taking those type of things into consideration? And do they come up with better matting maybe that recovers that product, or are we at least aware of it?
Good question.
Trying to mitigate for that?
Sure, so I can take that. So the chemical you're referring to is called 6-PPD-Q, and it's a tire wear particle that comes from the tire manufacturing process. And you're right, when certain concentrations of that chemical discharge from the roadway into the stream, at certain concentrations, it can kill the salmon. So right now at the state level, they are doing a lot of research on how to tackle this beast. And I would say that the research is still preliminary in nature. What we are doing is we're watching the state closely to see what recommendations they start unveiling for design engineers to help mitigate against the impacts of that. So at this time, we know a couple of stormwater facility types that might be able to combat that, but there are no formal requirements yet. So on a project like this, where we have a high traffic volume highway where we're gonna try to treat roadway runoff, we are coordinating with the hydraulic engineers at WashDOT to help recommend what the appropriate facility type will be to see if we can mitigate that if at all possible.
And as we go along trying to mitigate things, I like to think that Thurston County was in the forefront on culvert replacements before the court even had said that was a mandate. And I think that helped us get additional money when we put in for it, you know, that we already were kind of on the road doing the thing. I just wonder if that couldn't help on the same concept, I guess. If it couldn't help getting ahead of the curve, so to speak.
So when you say culvert replacement, you are referring to fish passage
Yeah,
projects?
yeah.
Yeah, and that's a great question. Thinking about, you know, opening up the physical barrier by replacing that culvert, and are you sending those fish into an ecological trap with pollutants that may be in that creek? That is something that our team at Public Works is continuously discussing.
Okay, just wondered if it was on your radar. Thank you.
Are we, this may not be a public works question, but you guys are biologists and stuff. I mean, are we, it'd be great to get that chemical out of the water, period. But just drilling down, do we have streams that are coho bearing streams in Thurston County? Is that a, I don't know the different species and where they all go, because it's not everywhere, all the different kinds.
I can't speak to which strains, but I do know we have
We have
coho
some
streams.
coho
I know early on when this started to become an issue 10 years ago, the county public health department did some fish kill studies on Indian Creek here in Olympia, which I believe traditionally was a coho stream, but I can't
I
speak
guess-
to which is.
I'm just thinking just thinking through Commissioner Edwards' point, it's like if we were gonna spend extra money and try to do a signature project to sort of address that, if there's technologies that show that, hey, this stormwater will manage that, it'd be good if it was a coho, cause that's specifically, whatever weird reason, that chemical is affecting that species in a different way. So it'd be cool to have it connected to an actual stream that's gonna benefit the fish that are actually there. Something to think about as we.
Yeah, that Indian Creek, I don't know if you'd ever do anything there, cause everything's off the freeway that really gets in there.
A question about this project is to sort of where is it? Because it's titled, WashDOT US 101. And how does WashDOT interface with this project potentially? Because even in the blow up of the map, it shows infrastructure components, but it doesn't necessarily really drill down into where the project location is.
I'll try to make this as short-winded as possible. So just like other roadway owners and private property owners in Thurston County, WashDOT also pays an impervious surface fee to our stormwater utility for all their highways and pavement. There's an RCW that requires us as that fee recipient to put those fees to beneficial use to help mitigate the impacts of stormwater runoff from WashDOT's right of way. So for this particular project, it was one of the projects selected where we said, okay, we have Schneider Creek, which we know has some water quality impairments, and there's an opportunity to install these stormwater facilities inside WashDOT's right of way. So as you're driving Highway 101, there's that center median. 2 years from right now, you'll be able to see some stormwater facilities that are treating runoff in that center median, and that treats the roadway runoff prior to discharging into the creek. One of the awesome benefits of this one is that WashDOT is willing to take on ownership of that facility permanently. So we put forth the capital design and construction, and then we get to hand it off to WashDOT to maintain in perpetuity. So we're coordinating very closely with WashDOT to make sure that their operations teams are happy with what design we're putting forward, because they take this on forever. Does that answer your question?
It does, with an even better answer than I was expecting.
Okay, next slide. So getting out into the future, you can see a number of projects here on the slide that are scattered throughout the county. The key takeaways from this slide, there is a high priority being placed on improving water quality with the stormwater program projects. As you can see with the Sherwood Firs project at the bottom of the list, we're also starting to see the need for capital replacement of legacy capital facilities reaching the end of their service life. So you may see more and more of those as we get out into the future. CIP table.
Tim, can I ask you on the couple of years, it's been 3 years ago, because Hutch was on the board.
Yeah.
And you guys were proposing, you asked the board to give you a thumbs up to maybe do some habitat restoration type projects as part of the stormwater program. Has that happened, or is that still in production, or?
We've kind of taken a step back on that, to be honest with you, and we are first reaching out to the other programs in the county and seeing evaluating what they are doing and understanding what they are doing in terms of habitat protection and what programs that they have. And then as we have time and resources, we want to take another look at that and see whether that is something we want to repropose to the board or not. And the initial proposal was to add CFP dollars to purchasing of chunks of property in like the upper Deschutes and protecting that through fencing or other in-stream projects to reduce sedimentation and other water quality issues.
If I may add on to
Yes,
that.
please.
The utility planner that reports directly to me is actively performing research on the feasibility of us doing this right now, and her and my predecessors had a lot worked up on this, and we're trying to review that, review the legal determinations and recommendations that were made, and try to put forth a recommendation to leadership whether it is something that's feasible to move forward. So we hope to have some more news for you in about 6 to 12 months.
Who
Was-
were the predecessors? Do I know them?
Mark Mauer. and-
Pat Allen.
Mark
Pat
Mauer and Pat Allen.
So when we came forward and even asked it, that was before our 75% reduction in staffing levels in the technical services group that happened. So we asked that, the board gave the thumbs up, yeah, you can look at this. And then we had no staff, and then COVID, and so now coming back out of it, staff on board to be able to take a look at it, so.
Okay, thank you.
So next slide, please. So just looking at our CIP table, again, similar to water and sewer, kind of the focus on investment over the 6 years. We have up roughly $9.4 million planned for stormwater capital projects in the next 6-year period. And I think you picked up during the presentation, as just a matter of practice, I would say at this point, if we feel like any project out of the gate it would be supported by Department of Ecology, we apply for grant funding, and we've been fairly successful in getting state dollars for those projects. And with that, we would answer any other questions you may have.
Yeah, good.
Oh, no, no.
Okay, good. Okay, just look at this chart here. I'm sorry, what is the black and the gray? Different shadings. Oh, I see down at the bottom.
Yes.
Close out, construction design.
Darker is design.
I'm thinking eventually those will go away. That coding existed prior to the project phase being added to the template, but the project phase has been added to the template, so the next year, you won't see that shading at all, because the project phase is there, it's a lot easier to see that.
So, thank you. I have a question on, so there was a series of projects that were like retrofits, and water quality was the issue, and I guess I'm just taking a step back. How does something get to that point? Like, you're out doing water quality testing and you saw something wrong, or the neighbors called you and said, hey, this doesn't look right, looks goofy here, or like, how did you get, because there could be a bazillion places, right, in the county where something like this is happening. How did these particular ones rise to this critical level of being on this chart? Okay.
Yeah, so you're right. So like with a flooding project, somebody calls us and says, I have water gushing against my front door. With water quality, it's not quite the same. So I can say that for a lot of these water quality projects up on the screen here, they may be a result of a larger study effort that identified water quality impairments. We think of Henderson Inlet with Woodard Creek with the shellfish habitat concerns. There's the 303D list by the Army Corps of Engineers, which also identifies known water quality impairments. And so our engineering and planning team will browse around the county to make sure that we are aware of these water quality impairments, and then ask ourselves the question, okay, what can the county do, maybe adjacent to their right of way, to treat stormwater runoff prior to discharging into this water body? Does that help answer your question? Yeah, and so we just completed a process called SMAP, which is Stormwater Management Action Planning. This is a requirement that the Department of Ecology put on all phase 2 stormwater general permittees. And this required us to look across Thurston County and identify catchment areas that were not too far degraded yet, but instead sensitive. And we isolated a few sensitive catchment areas and said, hey, could the county put forth efforts or resources, whether it be capital or land use planning efforts or what have you, to maybe move the needle on these sensitive catchment areas in their water bodies.
You said ecology required that? or-
This is a requirement for the Department of Ecology, correct?
So our municipal stormwater permit, and that'll
You know
likely
what,
generate
maybe a follow-up
projects.
on that.
Go ahead.
Uh, earlier today, we contemplated selling a piece of property, like a 4-acre piece of property. But it's,
Tax title.
Wetlands.
yeah,
Tax
it's
title.
definitely wetland along the freeway.
Okay.
And it seems to me that wetlands are the best filter, maybe, of water before it moves on. So, okay, we're gonna take that, it's not in our inventory, it's a tax title thing, right? But we could theoretically purchase it as well. And so would those type of properties maybe be beneficial for those catchment basins if we're, you know, especially along the freeway? I would think anything we could do to make the water quality better, we'd be better off. So here we are, we're gonna give away not a big piece of property, but we could probably acquire it pretty reasonable if it was beneficial, and maybe ecology, thinking about the whole tire thing, I'll just use that as my baseline, would maybe be receptive to helping us do stuff like that. I don't know how far you guys think into the future on that stuff, but.
You're sparking a couple of ideas for me. I think, I definitely think that wetlands are one of our best protections for water quality that
Yeah.
there are, and they're natural, obviously. We mentioned this restoration or stream habitat restoration arm of our program earlier. Another component of that could be land acquisition in the future. And if that land acquisition is maybe on an existing wetland, we could buy, say, a wetland property hypothetically and just set that off to the side and it treats water for us forever.
Yeah, right.
So maybe there's a point where those two could intersect and
I mean,
benefit each other.
I would just, I've got nothing, I don't know who the people are involved in that property at all.
Right.
But I just hate to give away an asset that could be down the road, something we could
But
utilize.
this is interesting, because Commissioner Edwards usually asks these kinds of questions, and a lot of times you're talking about endangered species.
Yeah.
And I'm always, you know, I'm always a little, I mean, it's a good question, but I'm always thinking it's probably not gonna help us, because, you know, habitat you can't just buy little, that's the whole thing of the HCP, you have to have like the right amount of space for it to actually be real habitat. You can't just, little chunks here and there aren't gonna do anything for you. But this is a different situation where we're talking about stormwater management and infiltration, because that is done, and, you know, there are places where those types of size parcels are of value.
Yeah, I think we can certainly reach out to the treasurer's office, in terms of, first, I guess I think about it in terms of process. And if they're, and they might already be doing this, but we haven't developed the program, but generally there's a asking if any internal departments or offices want the property before they move forward with surplusing. Well, in this case, it's tax title, so there's no surplusing, but, so I can touch base with Jeff Gadman on that piece of it. And then as we think about wetlands and the treatment that they do, I think we'd wanna look into that a little bit more, and I also, like, we're always mindful of, you never can just have property and it just sits there. Like, we're gonna have to do something with it, we're gonna have to at least have eyes on it, make sure nobody's setting up shop there, that type of thing, but absolutely, I think it's something we can look at.
And it ties into our in-process stormwater comprehensive study that's ongoing now. We had communicated out to the board that we were going to go through this process and likely come back to the board with a defined, like, kind of an evaluation of our level of service and maybe some options for the board to consider in terms of stormwater management going forward. So maybe an area that we can wrap into that as well.
What you may, Jennifer, on your idea of like what you may hear from the treasurer, what I heard this morning is that they've listed tax title properties in some fashion. So rather than, like, once somebody's actually tried to bid on it, you know, it'd really be more proactive to have somebody from Public Works or CPED or whatever, kind of, if there's a list,
That's fair, yep.
to look at them, because then you don't disappoint a citizen that made a bid and it's like, oh, now the county's not gonna, but, you know, in terms of that, if there's a way to map it where you can see where the wetlands are and stuff, it seems like CPED has that kind of data. I don't know, just a thought. Okay.
The list on the treasurer's website is just over 6 pages long.
Yeah.
A lot of different sites, no maps, but you can, you have
So
to
it's a
do a
lot of
little,
research to go.
Well,
a
I
lot
mean,
of
I bet
research
you-
into it.
A lot of these though, the ones that we've seen, taking those sample size are like, the ones that are 3 acres, like the one we had today, are pretty rare.
Rare.
They're usually like little strips of, you know,
Yep,
that
little
wouldn't be of
remnants
any
that
interest.
someone had
So
to,
if you guys could sort by an acre or more, whatever that's minimum size is that would actually have stormwater value, it might be a very small number.
I think we could map that pretty easily, take the list of parcels and overlay it with a map of known wetlands and our stormwater infrastructure and catchment area or drainage basin, for example, and make some decisions from there.
Could be good.
Interesting.
Let's flesh that out a little bit.
there's only about a dozen that are greater than 1 acre.
Yeah.
Only
see,
about
there
a
you go.
dozen of
But we
them.
might, I could envision us somewhere down the road purchasing from others, you know, that own the property and it's not got a lot of value. You can't really hay it, you can't, you know, there's a
I
lot
see.
of, like the acreage we did over on Spurgeon Creek. I mean, I'm glad the person.
Tax title thing,
Well,
or
it
not the
wasn't
tax title, but it was an open space
Yeah,
program.
open space thing.
Tax program.
So he's doing that job for us, really, that person. And if we can come up with parcels even like that to fill in and get some grant money to do it, we don't have a lot of money in our coffers, you know, to do it, but maybe the state would kick in if we were getting in on the ground floor about fixing a particular problem they're recognizing.
It's interesting.
Worth looking into.
There's several of them that are actually encumbered by a stormwater pond.
It's already been used.
That's common, yes,
Yeah, it's just,
that's right. Privately owned.
And so if it's already being used for that.
Right.
Do we want the liability of taking it? If it's already being used for that. But
especially if
it's
it was
not,
created for a development or
Yes.
Okay, anything else?
more to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Solid waste is next. Jeff Bickford, Solid Waste Division Manager.
You should be able to use the arrows.
Thank you. Yeah,
if you want me to after.
there's some language, Tim, there's some language on the commissioner's agenda page
Okay.
that you can probably borrow over. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jeff Bickford, Solid Waste Manager. So, quick overview of the Solid Waste Division. We oversee 3 facilities, the Waste and Recovery Center in Lacey, as well as the Rainier and Rochester drop-off facilities in their respective cities. And the work, as we love to call it, encompasses a number of activities. Of course, the primary being the solid waste transfer station. But additionally, we have a recycling depot, household hazardous waste collection facility, a dog park, a natural park, intercity transit for a park and ride, as well as the old closed Hawks Prairie landfill that we have to maintain for, I hate to say it, but practically in perpetuity, but technically, hopefully by 2030, we'll be able to reduce our liabilities. That'll be 30 years post-closure, so. As far as our projects, current and completed and upcoming. Generally, our projects are designed to provide efficient, reliable, and affordable solid waste collection, handling, recycling, and disposal services, including transport. And key factors for us are making sure that it improves our public and employee safety. And some of the projects are real specific to that you'll see, as well as security, address our current operational needs and capacity needs. Because particularly with the growing county, the waste will continue to grow out into the future, and our facilities in general are at close to capacity at this point in time, as well as to make sure that we stay in compliance with our permits and regulations, and we'll make sure that we conform to our ecology permits and health permits as well. So as far as ones currently being completed this year, the flare station, I know you've all heard about this one for a period of time. We are just wrapping that one up. The Waste and Recovery Center, replacing the old, very, very large landfill flares that burn off the gas that's collected from the landfill with the mill decaying garbage, with the much smaller and more operationally efficient flares. They are currently in place. Actually, the demolition of the really large ones will be taken out later this week. So this project will wrap up very shortly. As you'll see with pretty much everything that we're presenting, they're all fee funded, but from tipping fees. And the estimated overall cost of this project is about $1.27 million. In coordination in a way with the other project, our SCADA system overhaul and replacement is also wrapping up, being completed this year out at the Waste and Recovery Center. So what the SCADA system does, it allows remote access to all the various pumps and switches and alarms, and basically be able to, from a central location, control and monitor all of our various systems for our leachate management, stormwater management, landfill gas, and sewerage. So again, that way a person can, from a remote location, control, turn things on, off, check alarms, etc. The previous SCADA system we had failed, so this is wrapping up as we speak as well. So it is fee funded again, as I mentioned, and estimated overall cost of approximately $1.3 million. Currently in construction is our pump system upgrades and improvements. The landfill, Osprey landfill closed back in 2000. So it's been closed for 23 years. A lot of the pumps that were for stormwater, leachate, landfill gas, etc., were failing. Had quite a number of them fail. So this is more of an overall replacement with similar.
Jeff,
I think we're off a slide.
yeah. I don't know if they're different order than what you're presenting in, so.
They are in different order.
So,
There's a page number there.
Okay.
Which one were you talking about?
so we're gonna go back,
It got changed on it.
we're gonna go back to, the
Right, there we go.
South County Transfer Station. You
Yeah,
already
not
talked
about pumps.
pumps, okay.
So there's a wholesale, or more or less wholesale upgrade in our pumps. Additionally, a key piece to this is incorporating these into the SCADA system. So again, we will, as these are replaced, we'll have the ability to control those items remotely, as well as the upgrading the hardware and software that relates to that. Again, be funded at an overall estimated cost of about $6.5 million. Those first two slides out. Okay. Next up, so that was currently going on. So upcoming is we're looking at a potential, as you're aware, we've spoken this before, at a potential South County transfer station. And really what instigated this was we were looking at we had an assessment done, a condition assessment done of all our facilities back in 2017. We were looking at specifically the Rainier and Rochester drop-off sites. to look at their capabilities, and they're both at capacity. So there was some research done or a study done to look at what would it take to upgrade those facilities, add scales, make them so you could raise the tipping walls so you could put them into the intermodal transfer containers instead of in the drop boxes all directly. And that was performed. The cost was to do that was realized it was great enough that it was decided to before we spend money upgrading these facilities without actually being able to add additional capacity and additional programs and services, we should take a look and see what would is a new South County transfer station feasible or possible and desired. So we performed last summer stakeholder engagement and outreach to get feedback from our customers down in the South County. What kind of services would they like? Where would they think if we were to look at a new facility, where would they think that would be a good spot for that be, as well as how far were they willing to travel to get to a new site if that was to be that were to occur. So the siting, basically, I know we came to the board with we had a set work session, and we are currently forth with a preliminary siting study looking at potential available properties in the South County, which will be completed here within the next 4 to 6 weeks, which will again be once that's completed, we'll be sharing with the board what that looks like. Again, this is being fee funded currently at an estimated cost of $6.27 million. The Rochester Dropbox renovation, again, this really is dependent upon whether we move forward with South County Transfer Station, a new facility. So if we don't, then basically this would be security utility upgrade, creating the staff building, installation scales. So again, it's maybe it'll happen, but only if we decide not to move forward with the South County Transfer Station. It's fee funded at an estimated cost of about $1.9 million. Likewise, Rainier is basically the same thing. Basically security utility upgrade, scale installation, but it is still contingent upon whether the others. If we don't, then we would look at incorporating some of these projects. Likewise, fee funded and additionally at about $1.9 million. This would be various security, technology, and electrical improvements at the Waste Recovery Center. This looks at asset management, and there's some improvements that have already been completed, such as improving our connectivity. We upgraded our scale software, but there's additional security camera and other security issues that we need to address. Once again, fee funded at about a cost of about $1.5 million. This is for various transfer station operation facilities, upgrades and improvements. And this is really specific to the transfer station building and area specifically. At the Waste Recovery Center, there's some stormwater fix that's needed. We have some piping issues for some water supply issues for piping starting to fail, as well as some security improvements to that actual specific building. Again, fee funded at a cost of about $340,000. Here's probably the biggest project that I'm going to speak about today, and I know it's something we have discussed as well, is the Waste and Recovery Center site reconfiguration. Again, I mentioned back just a little bit ago about the site facility condition assessment. There's a lot of concerns because a lot of the current landfill or the work facilities are built over the old closed landfill, so we're having a lot of settlement issues, as well as they're 23-plus-year-old buildings, and things are starting to fail and require significant maintenance. Additionally, as we have discussed previously, there's a desire to separate the public and the self-hauling folks from the commercial vehicles, which both right now utilize the same sets of scales and the same facilities. So there's that public and private interactions that we're looking to help create safety, better safety out there, as well as we're currently, particularly in the summer months, that facility is very much at capacity as far as the number of vehicles it can manage, and a lot of times we get above that. And so this would allow us to expand our capacity for out in the future. By separating the public and the private, as well as providing an expansion of the transfer station building to allow the public to tip there as well, besides separating the two streams. It would provide additional capacity into customer capacity as well as tonnage capacity. There's a few other related pieces related to this project: construction of a consolidated administration building, where we then have all of our staff, instead of in portables, some of those are seriously deteriorating, get us all together into one building, provide some office space and conference space. It would upgrade our recycling area a little bit, and provide better operational abilities for our contractor as far as being more efficient for them to operate the facility. There'd be less hauling of drop boxes and less movement of materials and trucks around the facility in this new reconfigured plan. Again, once again, fee funded at a cost currently of about $12.5 million. We are currently having HDR perform a pre-design study that's putting together the parameters of what we would specifically require in a design for this facility. That pre-design is anticipated to be coming to us here in the next couple of months. So basically, that pre-design will guide when we go out to put it out for development of plans and specifications for the actual construction. You know, basically provide that level of guidance to them as far as what's the necessary facilities that are needed, how that would look.
And you've got on your, I'm jumping ahead, but on your chart, it says works reconfiguration is 10.75 million. And there on your slide, you say 12.5.
There's a prior year's expense column
Oh,
preceding
I have
that.
to add the 1.8 million. It says 6-year total. Prior years means prior to the 6 years. Okay. 6 years starting now, it's a 6-year period. Okay. And that money is coming from solid waste. And is that, I mean, I know there's a lot of money in that comes in and out of that account, but is it like that's what's manageable, and if it comes in, if the engineer say it's gonna be a third more than that, we can't do it, or is it like we can manage it kind of up to a certain, I mean, how much flexibility do we have to make that project happen versus hitting a wall and saying, oh, we can't really afford it? Do we kind of know where that line is?
We have, yes, I think we have flexibility. I don't have the fund balance in front of me right now, but we have capacity in the fund.
I just can't remember back from the briefing about that. I know we talked a lot about the finances. So every break, I'd be curious.
And in this pre-design, they'll also provide an updated anticipated cost of construction. So it'll be, because the previous estimate we had is a couple years old. Of course, it was, the way things have turned out, the prices for things changing. We'll actually have an updated expectation of cost to construct. So and that'll be something that obviously to the board, we get the okay to put it out to bid for design. Ensuring that will actually come to
There's three different you have a solid waste account, and then you have reserves for closure and solid waste reserves.
So the reserve post-closure, that wouldn't,
Yeah.
that's different.
But just the solid waste, the cash balance there is 29.
Between the other two,
More than that.
Yeah.
Between the reserves and that, it's 40.
additional upcoming projects. First off is we are in the process of getting ready to putting together a bid packet for the provision of a new compactor at the Wilson Recovery Center, as well as the removal and the overhaul of the existing compactor, which we will continue to hold and maintain, and basically mothball the one that's removed. Basically, because we want to use that in the new work reconfiguration. The idea is that we have two compactors in the reconfigured work transfer station building. which will provide us a level of redundancy that we don't have right now. So right now, if the compactor is down, we only have one way to get that waste out, and that's by top loading, which is much less efficient and slower. So the idea would be to have, get a fresh new compactor in for right now, and then save this and put that in. So when one's down, the other is available. Or, for example, in the future, if we start continuing to get more and more waste, you could even potentially run both side by side if you really need to move material on. So that will be coming to the board here in the near future as far as a bid packet to put that out to bid for their compactor replacement. And lastly is some site differential settlement repairs. As I mentioned, the old landfill, it continues to drop and it creates some issues. So that we have some money in there to do repairs as needed for when things settle or we have issues like roads dip, walls tend to start slanting from our building. Project list, and willing to answer any other questions you might have.
We're about 2.5 months into our new contract with Republic on the operation. Is there any updates since we're talking about this? Things going okay?
Yes, I think things are going well. I think that they're also still kind of coming online with the protocols and double checking, and we're trying to be very, very clear about our expectations and making sure everyone's managing to the contract and following the contract. And so we're just making a concerted effort to really focus on that. Not because anything's wrong, but because we want to make sure we set the stage right up front, like we're managing to the contract. We've got some great staff that the Republic has brought in. And we had mentioned before at the Dropbox locations that there's additional Republic staff there to help in the recycling. So that's helped a lot with reducing contamination in our recycling areas, so helping folks understand what can be recycled and what can't, and just walking them through that. So that's been really, really helpful. I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, but.
Yeah, I said, there's always been a lot of little small things, but the good news is for our customers, small things have been transparent. So it's just, Gerald Towsley is our operations manager, and I, we both, we're on them on a regular basis. But overall, I think it's gone well.
I'm trying to remember a few months ago, they sent a letter or something, like they had concerns about some certain costs that were rising, and I can't remember. Could you just, if you remember that, do you remind me?
Is that about the organics?
No, they were asking because of inflation and that type of thing, they wanted to renegotiate.
I understand that, but I mean what was the specific thing that was escalating, that they were projecting it escalating kind of, was it just generally inflation in general, or I thought it was a more targeted, like, these two costs are really like have tripled since, I can't remember what they were when they were making that argument.
First thing, I think most of it, their concerns were about the capital items, the container costs. And that
Yeah,
was costing
container
more
cost
than
was
what they
one.
expected,
I guess I'm just, because I was wondering what they were, and then has that is that coming to fruition, or like if it's container cost, was their projection playing out, or has it?
Interestingly, I haven't heard them bring this up since
Spring.
May 1st. There was more complaining about it before we started.
Well, right, that's why I want to check in, like, always like reality check, right? It's like when you're projecting something that you're speculating about something, then double back and see, hey, were they right or were they wrong?
And
right, good faith or bad faith, but it's just like good to know.
And I believe you mentioned that the commissioners also did receive a letter from them showing concern about the organics, because May is now starting in the beginning of June, has been taking a lot of their curbside yard debris that they pick up directly to Silver Springs instead of coming to the work. Not all of it, but a fair amount of it. Whether that's sustainable for them, we don't know yet. But that has happened. So we have seen a reduction in the amount of curbside collected organics that are coming from LeMay. Olympia still brings us theirs, obviously. But
But with respect to the containers, that Republic chose to move forward and purchase all of the containers in advance, and they could have phased it, so from our perspective, we had a negotiated contract, and we were asking them to just adhere to the terms of the contract that we negotiated with them.
And we never guaranteed tonnages of anything.
With respect to organics, that is correct. So,
Okay, I'm trying, it's been a while on some of these issues. We had that whole debate about flow control ordinance. How does that relate to what you're talking about with organics going?
it doesn't,
It doesn't. Because
it's not a part of organics, is not a
organics
part
is
of flow
separate.
control.
Okay, but that would have mattered if it was something like non-organic.
Solid waste.
You're not allowed to, under our ordinance, you're not allowed to do what they're doing with organics, right? You have to go through the work.
Yeah, so flow control ordinance. only
Remind
specifically
me
targets
what flow control did. Exactly.
only garbage, so that
Yeah.
we can't control recyclables or organics basically are being composted, so in effect, it's kind of considered like it's being recycled. So we don't have that level of control over those streams. So when they going there, it is their choice.
Okay.
Republic probably should have considered that it could have happened.
Overall, we're happy with how things are going with the new contract, and for the most part, except for added service, there hasn't been an impact, additional services to our community. There has not been an impact, a negative impact to our customers that use the 3 different facilities.
Good. Okay, thank you. All right, that brings
Keep that
us.
fund building up.
It is. That brings us to our final topic area for the afternoon, which is transportation.
And so Matt is taking a well-deserved vacation. And so we have some of our other team members that are intimately involved with all of these projects. We have Teresa Parsons, who's our engineering manager, Brian Meyer, who is one of our senior civil engineers, and Marcus, who is also one of our other senior civil engineers.
We weren't sure if he should join us or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, come on up.
Or are you just gonna heckle us from
Yeah.
the back there?
Moral support.
Marcus?
So we advance our own slides here.
Yes, or I can do it.
I will, because Brian's gonna do most of the talking, but good afternoon. You guys waited all day for this presentation, I know, because transportation is the one that you've all been waiting on the edge of your seats to hear about, right?
After a week and a half in Southern California traffic, I'm like all about transportation right now.
Well, thank you for your time, and thank you for giving us the courtesy of listening to our projects, of which we really very much are excited about. So we have to try to keep it down, so try to just go through it. Again, my name is Teresa Parsons. I'm the engineering project manager. This is Brian Meyer. He's our senior civil. I call him the senior civil because he's been here longer, and he's been invested in all of these projects all along. We have Marcus Storvik, who's a junior senior civil, who is very much involved in most of these projects. And so if you have any questions, hopefully we can respond to all of those. As the director said, we are here to present the transportation projects on the 2024-2029 CIP for County Engineer Matt Unselman, as he's out of the office today. Thank you. These projects Brian will be going over today are primarily the ones we will be working on at some level over the next couple of years. The projects are selected through the primary transportation planning tool that we use, which is the 6-year transportation improvement plan, or 6-year TIP that Matt went over with you a little bit before the summer break. So hopefully some of these will resonate from that. We won't give you a test though, because, you know, it's a long list. The county engineer, the TIP projects are then brought into the CIP in order, which is the process to facilitate your approval to move forward with them and approval on the budget. The county engineer and his staff look at a variety of factors to determine the projects to be advanced. These include safety, mobility and ADA, compliance, congestion and capacity improvements, environmental improvements, such as the Fish Passage Program, which Marcus has been the lead on, done a fantastic job on, infrastructure condition and maintenance needs, and to be in alignment with federal, state, and local requirements. We also include programs on the CIP that cover these areas. So we have an ADA program, a Fish Passage program, safety program, et cetera, to allow for planning in those specific areas and also flexibility in advancing a project that fits one of these programs but wasn't on the horizon at the time that the CIP is adopted. Again, these were discussed projects briefly by Matt Unsman the other day. And so I'm going to go ahead and talk about the transportation projects that we did get constructed or will be completed by the end of 2023. US 12 and Sergeant Road Roundabout. I don't know if any of you have the pleasure of driving through that, but it is, I think, moving traffic well, and it was a good collaborative project between local developers, the tribe, and the county. We have a Steamboat Island Bridge pile cap repair and Steamboat Island Road Bridge rail repair. And those, if you looked at last year's CIP, were together. We split them apart because we have two separate contracts for those. The 2023 overlay project, it's going to be getting underway soon. And then we have some ADA improvements that we'll be working on Martin Way near Dudrow. And I will turn it over to Brian to start the project list.
So yeah, good afternoon, Brian Meyer, Senior Civil Public Works. I'm going to kind of go over the projects that you will probably see in the next 24 and 25. We have a lot of projects our staff's currently working on. You've heard about some of these projects in different ways over the last year, but these are ones that you will see. Staff will be coming to you again, either to award, to obligate funds, and just kind of different aspects and giving you briefings for. So the first one we're going to start with is our Marvin Road Upgrade Phase 2 project. You've heard a lot about Marvin Road over the last few years. It's in the northeast part of the county, just south of the City of Lacey boundary. The project's addressing concurrency. We had some concurrency issues come up in 2015, working with then Public Works Director,
Could you explain concurrency? I mean, I've heard it many times, but it's always gets fuzzy and I think the public doesn't understand it at all.
Sure. So all county roads have a level of acceptable delay that we will have at intersections. So in the urban growth area, our acceptable delay is, delay of vehicles, so time they sit at an intersection, we call level service C, which is about 25 seconds. So we will allow cars to sit for about 25 seconds. That's what we'd like to see on average over like a 2-hour period. So like Marvin Road, we were seeing some intersections with cars sitting for a minute, 2 minutes, which then people start to take unacceptable risks. They start trying to fit into traffic in places they shouldn't. So the urban growth area, we accept about 25 seconds the average. The rural county, unincorporated, it's a level service D, which then's about 35 seconds. Just because there's more gaps, and so there's more time allowed in those areas.
And you call that a concurrency problem?
Yeah, concurrency as a capacity It could be capacity. A lot of it's fixed by either some type of capacity issue, so we adding capacity to the intersection. So a lot of these are putting in a roundabout, which then keep traffic moving and not stopping at stop signs or signals. So yeah, it's labeled as concurrency in the Growth Management Act.
So through the comprehensive plan, the board has adopted levels of service. And it's expected that in urban areas, there's going to be less efficient flow of traffic, especially during peak hours. And in the urban areas, there's going to be less restrictions. And so anytime there is development, it's matched against that level of service to see if it's concurrent, or is it going to set it over the accepted level of service that you've established?
And if it sets it over, that's when it becomes problematic because that potentially restricts development. So we have to take a look at that and build in projects to make sure, or have money obligated.
Yeah. And so on Marvin Road, so actually I flipped it. Urban is C, is a level of service D, so the 35 seconds, and unincorporated is a level of service C. But on Marvin Road, we exceeded our level of service at the intersection. So it basically kind of restricted development to happen on that corridor. So we found a way for developers to pay up front to specific projects on that corridor to allow them then to continue with development.
Because it just has to be financially constrained to meet the RCW on concurrency requirements. But you are then obligated to do that. If you've taken money from a developer, then you're obligated to build that in a certain amount of time. But once you have the money,
Is that a traffic impact fee? Or is that a different thing?
It's a different, so what we did on Marvin's a little different, because we put the money specifically just to Marvin Road. Had to be, where traffic impact fees, they're collected for development unincorporated throughout the county, and they get separated out based on their impact of that development throughout the county. So some goes to the north, some will go to the south, but it'll go to whatever projects are in specific regions, not to any specific project stuff. So whenever a development comes in and ends up creating an issue at a specific intersection, so fails a specific intersection, the level of service, we will require them to fix that intersection or pay us to bring that intersection back to within concurrency.
So there's a lot of development that is happening right now in that area. So we've gotten grant funding to be able to move forward on some of these larger projects where we are starting to see the volume of traffic.
Yeah, and for this project, the county designed it to a certain point and then turned it over to a developer. The developer will build it. Traffic impact fees are one of the mechanisms that we use to collect money to, development pays for development. So to help as traffic increases, sometimes it's not financially equitable to have a developer build a project, but if they participate by paying a fair share per trip, then that allows us to build money to help keep improving the transportation network, and that's where the fees are. So they're kind of related, but there's just different ways of getting there.
Yep, and so we've done some small improvements on this corridor already, some striping, some restricting access or right turns. But now we're getting started with some of the larger improvements. So for this one, this Marvin Road Phase 2, this is at the Mullen Road intersection. It's a plan to be a single lane roundabout. We, as the county, went and acquired the right of way and the permits for the project. And like Teresa mentioned, the developer is going to come and construct it. And we're looking for them to start early next year is what we'd like to see. It depends on their schedule. I know they're working right now through our development review group on the plans for the roundabout. So we're looking for them to be starting early next year.
To finalize the plans.
Yep. So next is the Fish Passage Enhancement Program. This program facilitates the planning and the pre-engineering phase of the Fish Passage projects. To date, the program's removed 24 fish barriers across 13 different projects. The pre-engineering phases include the selection of locations and the development of various alternatives that then we'll find and move forward. So we get alternatives done for these projects, and then we look at and see, is this something that we can do as part of this program? How many miles of habitat will we create? And then if it meets certain requirements, then we move it forward to the engineering phase of those. And then we pull those, when they get to the engineering phase, we pull them out as a new project. So next you'll see, we'll go over two of them that have been pulled out. Shawn Drive at the tributary to Dempsey Creek. This one's off Delphi Road. It will replace a 36-inch fish passage barrier with a 33-foot-long prefabricated steel bridge. It'll open up about 0.7 miles of habitat, and we're looking at construction in 2025 right now. The total project cost $1.7 million. It's funded with REIT 2 funds and $50,000 from the Salmon Recovery Funds. And then the second project is Thompson Creek. This one is in the southern part of the county, like way southern part of the county. It's replacing an undersized 8-foot fish barrier with a 70-foot long prefabricated steel bridge. The project will open up about 10 miles of habitat, and it's a high priority project on the Chehalis River Basin. So everyone's looking forward to this project. It'll be a nice project once we get this done. Construction's planned in 2024. So we've already gone out and are working on acquiring. We've gone to a contract to get the bridges. They're to be delivered early next year. And then we'll be able to go out to bid for the actual construction of this. The total project cost is $2.2 million. We have $50,000 in the Brian Abbott Fish Barrier Removal Fund and $80,000 from the Salmon Recovery Fund. And then the remaining's coming from REIT 2.
Not 50.
50.
500,000.
500,000. Oh, and Brian Abbott, yeah. Yeah, we got.
We're off by a decimal point.
Yeah. Pacific Avenue Pavement Preservation Project. This project will resurface 0.9 miles of a 5-lane roadway between Carpenter Road and Union Mills Road. Our contractor will remove the top 2 inches of the road surface and replace with the fiber reinforced asphalt. Along with the asphalt replacement, we will be removing and replacing sidewalks and driveway ramps to bring them into compliance with the ADA standards. We're looking to construction this fall with most of the work taking place early next year. Total project cost is $3.6 million, $2.8 million in the federal funds and National Highway System. And the following one, Yelm Highway, is very similar to this one. It's doing the same thing. It's about 1 mile. It's a little over 1 mile of roadway between Rich Road and Lacey city limits at the Chehalis Western Trail. This one, like the previous, we're going to remove top 2 inches of asphalt, replace it with fiber reinforced, upgrade the ADA sidewalks and ramps that are out of compliance, bring them back into compliance. And we're going to construction this fall. The cost of this one's $4.1 million and 3.15 federal funds from the National Highway System.
Could you go back to that,
Pacific Avenue?
Union Mills and Carpenter?
Oh, yeah, that's Pacific Avenue. Go back one.
That's in Lacey UGA, isn't it?
Yeah, so a section, when we won this project, this grant for this, it was all Thurston County at the time.
Right.
There is some county funds in it. The county funds are only going to be used on our section of the road, so between Kenwood to Union Mills. City of Lacey, they acquired or they annexed from Carpenter to Kenwood.
Right.
And so yeah.
So we got off the hook then on.
So we're still doing it.
Or what's going on?
We're still doing it. So the project is 100% project grant. So we estimated originally 3.6 million. They gave us 2.8 million in funds. We're hoping when we go out to construction, it's right there at the 2.8. then we'll be able to do everything. So it's a little phase, we can phase kind of the project and not do as many driveway ramps if we have to, because they're not required. But we've been working with City of Lacey on kind of a agreement with them for the maintenance and any cost sharing in the project for that section.
So just as I'm sure you've heard across the board, you know, the materials and costs are just so volatile. And we put this grant application in a year ago, and we're fortunate, 2 years ago.
Mhm.
We're fortunate enough to get that, Commissioner Edmonds, maximizing our. We hear you, even if you think you might not think we're listening. So anyway.
Good, thank you.
I'm just teasing it, but
I think there's only 2 driveways that you need to put those deals in that are steep on that section.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and the City of Lacey wasn't as concerned with the driveway ramps. It's, when you overlay a road, you have to bring all sidewalk ramps that cross the road back into compliance with ADA standards. Driveway ramps, you're not required to. City of Lacey isn't concerned with their section as much. So we are probably going to bring some of them in, but if any of them have any issues, like it's just hard to get it in compliance, we were going to skip over those ones.
Okay.
we'll do our best to bring it up because that's our desire.
Yeah.
And, but we do have a little bit of flexibility if there's some challenges that would hold this up for some reason. There's a slight also chance opportunity that some of our federal match requirement may be covered. It just depends on how flush some money is in that program. So we didn't want to give you false hope, but there's a small chance that we might not have to put any county road fund money in it.
Good.
So, one more. Marvin Road upgrade phase 1. So this is same corridor section as that Marvin Road phase 2 at Mullen. This one is from 22nd Avenue to Union Mills. With this project, it also is relieving the congestion and has some safety aspects to it. We'll be installing a single lane roundabout at the intersection of 19th Avenue and then access control at Union Mills. The access control at Union Mills is just restricting left turns, so not allowing people from Union Mills to take a left turn out onto Marvin Road. There's so much traffic on Marvin Road that we will have all those vehicles take a right, go around the roundabout that's about 500 feet away if they want to head north. A lot of them already go up to Pacific Avenue if they want to head north because those intersections are fairly close together.
Is there a senior park right there?
Yes, Laurel Oaks is right
Laurel
at
Oaks, yeah.
19th Avenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gonna solve their problem.
That will help. So a lot of getting out, because right now it takes them a while to take that left onto Marvin. Another one of their concerns that they've had is crossing the street to the bus stop on the other side. So with the single lane roundabout right there and the flashing beacons, RRFBs, so rectangular rapid flashing beacons, it'll help them crossing the road. It'll provide them some reassurance crossing the road that they're more visible to the public.
And then there's also a bit of a refuge in the center, the splitter. There's a splitter island. So they only have to cross one lane, they can stop and then cross the other. Makes it a little easier.
The total project cost for this is 9.7 million. 3.175 million is coming from the Surface Transportation Improvement Board. 3.7 million from development through the Marvin Road Concurrency Program. 1 million from the Traffic Impact Fee Program, and the rest is coming from the County Road Fund. We're looking to go construction this fall with that project, and all the construction is going to take place next year. So Black Lake Belmore Road Bridge Approach, you've probably heard about this one. Yep. I think Matt and I have talked with you multiple times about this one. So as you recall, it's replacing the approaches to the bridge, both bridge approaches, the north and south side of it. They've settling over the last, 30 years since we built the bridge. The approaches have been settling. The construction will include the installation of approximately 540 timber piles, and these will be used to stabilize the new roadway approaches. Construction was planned for this summer. However, our contractor's been having some issues getting the piles, so they've been able to secure some of the piles, but haven't been able to secure all of them for this summer. So we're looking at going to construction next year for the project. Right now, they've been having some issues. The utility companies have been buying up a lot of the piles, and it sounds like it might be they've been for the fire season this year. And Forest Service usually shuts down logging operations if it gets too dry. So a lot of utility companies have been buying up the piles. And so they're looking at acquiring them the remainder of this year. So then early next year will be, well, June, once school ends, we'll be able to get started.
Matt's planning on giving a briefing to the board at an agenda setting with a little bit more
Yep.
background.
You've heard about the project cost. Total project cost was estimated to be about 3.8 million. It's funded with county road fund, real estate excise tax. We got really good bids, so even though we say total project cost, the bid came in about 400,000 less than our engineer's estimate. So we have some cushion in our expenditures, but it came in quite a bit cheaper than what we originally planned. So. Next project, Little Rock Road, 113th Avenue Bridge and intersection improvements. This project will replace a bridge that's similar in design to the L4 bridge that was replaced in 2014. We suspect that this bridge, like L4, was not constructed with any steel reinforcements in the abutments. This allowing the bridge to be susceptible to cracking and failure. So like L4, we didn't know it didn't have any steel reinforcements. It failed, cracked, and we ended up needing to close the road for about a year. So this one, we were able to get some grant funding to replace the bridge and do some safety improvements. So we're looking at putting in a 40-foot long bridge. It'll be a prefabbed concrete bridge. It'll be going to construction next year. Along with the bridge repair, we're going to be doing adding a left turn lane on Little Rock Road onto 113th Avenue. Some safety improvements, improving the sight distance there, so cars are able to stop and be able to see around the corners before trying to take that left turn. Total project cost is $3 million. 1.8 million is from the Surface Transportation Block Grant, and the remaining is from traffic impact fees and the county road fund. Johnson Point, Hawks Prairie Road intersection improvements. This will be the construction of a new single lane roundabout at the intersection to address capacity and safety. So this is another one that we had concurrency issues. And so the State Department of Transportation, when they built their new Olympic region headquarters in Hawks Prairie, they added enough volume of cars to this intersection that they ended up needing to pay us some dollars just for this intersection. So this project's going to construction this fall, with much of the construction taking place in 2024. Total project cost is $4.5 million. There's $2.6 million in the Surface Transportation Block Grant, $750,000 from the Traffic Impact Fee Program, and the remaining from the County Road Fund. Tilley Road at Old Highway 99 to Goddard Road. This project will improve the safety at the intersection of Tilley Road and Old Highway 99. We've had many accidents over the years. We've had a couple fatalities over the years there. The intersection has the 16th highest crash rate within Thurston County. The project includes adding a left turn lane on Old Highway 99 onto Tilley, so cars then can separate from the rest of the vehicles out there. And so we'll try relieving that rear ending and make it so people can judge their gaps a little bit better and not worry about cars coming up behind them. Along with the left turn lane, we're going to be doing some new lighting, some new signs, some drainage improvements at the intersection. And so then left turn lane, those things, we also received some rural arterial program funds. I don't have my water. But with that, we got some funds, and so we're putting those funds with this intersection project. And those funds are going to be used to do about a mile of Tilley Road, so resurface and widen Tilley Road. So adding, right now Tilley Road has 0 to 1 lane or 1 foot shoulders. We're gonna be adding 5-foot shoulders on it. And just to give just more safety, people walking, people getting their mail, just gives a little bit more separation for people out there.
The
Total-
rural arterial money comes through CRAB
Yeah, CRAB assigns it's
state money, so.
they go and look at kind of the road surface, the safety of roads, and then assign kind of scoring. So we every few years propose a couple projects, they assign scoring to it, and then give us funds for whatever project meets their requirements. Total project cost for this one is 4.1 million. It's 2.2 million from the rural arterial program, 1 million from the surface transportation block grant, 200,000 from traffic impact fees, and then the remaining is from the county road fund. So, excuse me. 2024 County Road Safety Improvement Project. This is a countywide project that will install guardrails, improve signing, slope flattening, and a little bit of rumble strips throughout the county. So we originally had a lot more rumble strips
Are you
planned.
keeping those quite a ways away from the homes and
So
stuff
five-
like that?
yeah. 500 feet.
Always 500?
500.
Okay, I'm gonna check on that.
Okay, don't check on the old ones. So, no, originally when this project was applied for in 2020, there were a lot more roads that were planned for the rumble strips, but when we went out there and measured the 500 feet, Rich Road, there was pretty much nowhere to put rumble strips on that section. Delphi is another one where there wasn't really anywhere to put it besides like that McLean Creek trail area. So that's the only section on Delphi that's getting it. There's some areas in Old 99, but I think we originally looked at 20 some miles and it's down to like maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles of rumble strips. So the goal is to reduce traffic fatalities and serious injury accidents, run off the road accidents. That's why, the slope flattenings, redoing curve signs, the rumble strips, that's the point of those, is to reduce those run off the road accidents. Total project cost is 2.9 million. This will be federally funded by the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and it's scheduled for next year construction. It's 100% grant on it, so there's no county road funds in this one. Old Highway 99 at the intersection of Sargent Road and 201st. So we've seen a lot of congestion. We've had a lot of congestion in this area before. With the now recently completed US 12 and Sargent roundabout, there's even more cars using Sargent Road now. So it's pushed this project even a more emphasis to get this project done. This one will put a single lane roundabout at the intersection of Old Highway 99 and 201st, and then access control at Sargent Road. So there is, again, restricting the left turns from people turning from Sargent onto Old Highway 99 and having them go around the roundabout to, if they want to head north, or use US 12 or one of the other intersections if they want to head north. The project includes streetlights, sidewalks. So right now there's no sidewalks. It's kind of a missing link in this area. We're going to put new sidewalks in, some new crossings. So with the RFBs out there, so we can move pedestrians a little better around this area. Total project cost is 3.9 million. It's 1.8 million from the Surface Transportation Block Grant, 550,000 from traffic impact fees, and remaining coming from the County Road Fund. With this project, its construction is actually planned for 2026. So we're still looking to get some additional grant funding through future calls of the Surface Transportation Block Grant to put onto this project. Once we federalize a project, we like to try to keep federalizing it and not put federal dollars on a brand new project just because federal dollars add complexity to delivering projects. So we try to get as many federal dollars as we can on specific projects. 183rd Avenue Phase 1. This project is a rural road upgrade project. The county road has currently 0 to 1 foot shoulders. With this project, we're going to be adding 5-foot shoulders in both directions. We will also be resurfacing the whole road and removing objects and clearing the clear zone. So just removing obstructions from the clear zone, the shoulders of the road. Total project cost is 3.3 million, funded with 2.1 million from the Rural Arterial Program, so CRAB, and the remaining coming from the county road fund. Yep.
So you've mentioned a few times 5-foot shoulders, and is that, how does that connect to like a bike lane? Like, does a bike lane have to be a certain number of feet to qualify, or is it just whether you mark it as a bike lane?
Well, it's kind of whether you mark it. So we don't consider these are shoulders here. We don't consider them a bike lane. They're not they're not protected. People can use them as a bike lane. But being in the like unincorporated part of the county, and we call mostly these things shoulders. It's people are out there getting their mail, their cars are pulling over as someone else is trying to do something. We don't really have any of these considered bike lanes. So bike lanes in the urban part of the county, 5 foot wide, typically. I know City of Lacey's been looking at like a 3 foot wide bike lanes in some of their real arterial corridors, so College Street. Ours have all been 5 foot. So, yeah.
But it is, we do still see it in part as a part of our complete streets ordinance. So complete streets in an urban area versus complete streets in a rural area is very different, but it still gives, you know, instead of a goat trail on the side of the road, it still gives some surface area that people can ride their bikes on or can walk to their neighbor's house or.
It gives them a safe location to be. You're still on the roadway, but it's safer than jumping off the road every time because you're on the fog line, the edge line, trying to walk, so.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me whether you call it that or not. If I'm a bicyclist.
Yeah.
I appreciate having that, you know, some of the places I bike with my kids up, like Kaiser Road or Overhulst or whatever, it's just like, there's
nothing.
on the road, and
Yeah.
you're just praying somebody behind you sees you, cause you can't like look.
You don't want
right?
to turn, yeah.
So I just feel better when I can be off the road. That way, if they don't see me, they're probably not gonna hit me. But then I started to think, well, if these 5 foot shoulders that we're spending a lot of money on are equivalent to bike lanes, why wouldn't we market it? You know, the community likes to see that, right? It's like shows that you're investing in multimodal and you're making things safer. And so it seems like, why wouldn't you just stripe it with a bike lane and put it on the map and to show that Thurston County is investing in bike lanes?
There's
That's what I'm thinking.
There's certain criteria to designate it as a bike lane that we don't quite meet with these rural areas.
Yeah,
And
that's
so,
what I was
and
curious
they're a little bit more multi-use than a bike lane is in an urban area. So as the director was saying, you know, we are facilitating a safer place for pedestrians and pedestrians and bicyclists, but we just don't mark it because it doesn't quite fit.
So next, countywide electrical services project. This project includes installing street lights at various intersections throughout the county, some speed feedback signs at specific roads. This will all to improve safety. So this is part of the Highway Safety Improvement Program. It's dollars to improve the visibility at these specific intersections. So all these intersections either have one light or no lights at all. So the county went out, applied for a grant, this one wasn't 100%. This is a 90% grant to go and install street lights at, I think there's 13 different locations. So there's 4 on Old Highway 99, 7 on Rainier Road, 1 on Little Rock, 1 on Evergreen Parkway, and 2 on Yelm Highway, to put 3 to 4 street lights at each of these locations, improve some of the signing at each of these locations, just for the cars turning.
HSIP, is that a federal program? Or?
Yeah, it's federal, Highway Safety Improvement Program. The total project cost is 1.6 million. We received 1.45 million from the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and the remaining is coming from the County Road Fund. Country Club Road, Green Cove, it's probably the first time you've heard of this one. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, what project? This project is to remove and remove an undersized 3-foot fish barrier with install a new 150-foot long precast post-tension girder bridge. Construction is anticipated to begin in summer of 2024. The total project cost is $9.5 million, with $4.35 million in State Department of Commerce Public Works Board loan, $750,000 from Thurston County PUD, $2.4 million in REIT 2 funds, $150,000 stormwater funds, and then the remaining coming from the county road fund.
No questions. We've been discussing it all.
Just fine over.
The road preservation and rehabilitation program. This is our main means of preservation for our asphalt roads. As specific roads are identified for repair, they will be prioritized in the needs of needing a chip seal or asphalt overlay. We continue to alternate the years with overlay 1 year, chip seal the next year. As you may remember, we are under contract, so Steve Bricker came here probably, I think, about 2 months ago, and to go under contract to overlay 16 lane miles. Next year, we're looking to have a chip seal program to do 67 miles. So it all depends on costs and stuff, but right now they're looking at 67 miles of chip seal next year. And then this year was 16 lane miles on Martin Way, Carpenter Road, 93rd Avenue, and Vale and 143rd. So. Complete Streets ADA program, pedestrian crossing improvements. This project is intended to improve pedestrian safety. We will be constructing 3 new street crossings on Yelm Highway, one at Chambers Creek Loop, one at Landview, one at Donley Drive, and then doing sidewalk ramp improvements on Martin Way at the intersection at Ranger Hensley. This project will be going out to construction in 2024. Total project cost is $600,000 and is funded with the Transportation Improvement Board funds.
Are we getting something out of Olympia on that, or Lacey on that Donley Drive?
No, Donley's on Yelm Highway. It's quite a ways away from City of Lacey.
It's not Olympia either?
Nope, it's in the urban growth area right now.
They were doing
It's in
some kind of I thought they were gonna annex that, somebody was. No.
I think they backed off, a few while back, they had an annexation proposal, but
Okay, that's not happening then.
Or not that we know of right now, they were saying it
We're gonna wait
wasn't
until we do this upgrade.
penciling out.
Yeah,
Well, at
we're-
least on this one, it's 100%
Yeah.
funded. It's
Yeah.
100% grant funded,
Okay,
so.
never mind.
But we welcome them taking all of that.
Yeah.
We'll facilitate any way we can to make that happen.
American with Disability Acts program. The ADA program is looking at countywide upgrades of ADA facilities. We are allocating $50,000 a year to make the necessary ADA improvements. So staff right now prioritizes the sites throughout the county, using these dollars programmatically to upgrade the facilities. We currently are focusing on Martin Way. The Complete Streets project, what we just kind of talked about, is a grant that we received because of our ADA program. So our ADA program prioritized specific locations, and then this grant became available, so we went after using that ADA program to help us kind of pre-engineer it.
So when we first did Complete Streets, I remember, at least in my perspective, it came up in the context of the Rochester Main Street program, and was like, and they chunked it into phases, 4 phases, and they said we could go after certain grants if we had this Complete Streets ordinance, and then
Yeah.
So is anything happening on those projects down in Rochester?
it's still on the books, and it's a priority for kind of a pre-design effort that doesn't show up on the CIP, but we're still working that way. It's just, this met, the Complete Streets project that we identified was a little bit more on target at the time and closer to being able to be done, but it's still moving forward in Rochester.
Yeah, so
Slowly.
you'll see that Rochester one in the CIP, we have a placeholder dollar amount in it, just so it's we're able to,
On the chart or
yeah,
whatever?
it's on the chart if you
Okay,
can.
that's what I was curious, cause it's like, well, if it's not even on the chart, that means
No,
it's
it is.
not even
Yeah,
gonna be
it's-
6 years.
Yeah, no, and I think it's in like year 2027.
Oh, yeah, I see it,
Yeah, if you can read it, it's tiny.
barely.
Yeah.
And the reason we put it there with a placeholder dollar amount is so we're able to still apply for grants.
2029.
2029. Yeah, so it's there just so it's still, we can apply for grants to move that project forward. So anything in years like 26 through 29, if they have a placeholder dollar amount, it's there just so we can go after grants and to make them eligible for those projects.
Perfect, yeah, that's what I was hoping to see, thank you.
Cooper Road at Mokshahalis Creek culvert replacement. This project will replace a temporary bridge with a 40-foot long bridge. The temporary bridge is on loan from Mason County. It was installed last year after the two 48-inch culverts washed out during the January 22 event. So these culverts washed out. Our staff worked with Mason County on finding a temporary bridge to open up access to the ORV park and the DNR lands. So construction's anticipated to begin summer of 2024. And this one, like Thompson Creek, we went out and we're under contract to get the bridges early next year. So this one's the 40-foot, Thompson Creek was that 70-foot bridge. So we will be receiving those in around March timeframe. And then we'll be able to go out to construction for during the summer. Project funding, project cost is $650,000. It's currently being funded by the county road fund, but staff is working with FEMA on reimbursement costs for them to reimburse it. Because it was part of that storm event, we are eligible for reimbursement. We're working with them on what are the eligible costs and what percentage this project will be reimbursed staff.
And it's a long, arduous process, I might add.
Extremely.
For FEMA reimbursement, yeah.
Pleasant Glade Elementary pedestrian improvements. This project will add sidewalks on the east side of Abernathy Road between 15th Avenue and Pleasant Glade Elementary School. It's planned to go construction this fall of 2024. Along with the sidewalk, we will be putting some crossings, improving some crossings for elementary, so going to some of the neighborhoods out there. And the total project cost is $1.6 million, with $1.4 million from the Safe Route to Schools grant and the remaining coming from the County Road Fund. SR 507 and Vale Road Roundabout. This project is our only new project on our CIP. The Washington State Department of Transportation identified the need for 3 roundabouts on SR 507 and asked if Thurston County would be able to help with the construction of the roundabout SR 507 and Vale Road. Pierce County and the city of Yelm will be looking at working on the other 2 roundabouts. So I know the DOT is currently talking with Pierce County and city of Yelm on if they can do those 2 roundabouts for them.
By helping means we would do the design and construction.
Pretty much doing the whole thing.
So
Helping's nice though.
he said it more politely.
The project will improve traffic flow and safety. Construction's anticipated for 2026. Staff will be evaluating the state's alternative analysis to determine the appropriate roundabout and configuration, size, and the cost. States will be providing the funding for this project. So the last 2 slides show the CIP tables. You can see all the projects from through 2024 to 2029. They're pretty small, they're hard to read. I'm sure we can get an actual table that's a lot easier.
We have the tip too, so.
Yeah, and the tip. Yeah, all these projects are on the tip. So like Teresa mentioned, the tip feeds our CIP. So the tip has these projects along with all the planning projects that we're doing. 2024, we're looking to spend about $33 million. That's what we're currently estimating. 2025 is $15 million. I think the total 6 years in the CIP is around $95 million. And like I mentioned earlier, those out years, we have placeholders in there to allow us to be eligible to seek grants and other funding sources, to look for other funding sources. If you have any questions, I think
we're
I'm
available.
done. Yeah, if you have any
Any
questions?
questions?
Oh, is this still?
I just might add that within the packets that you both have in front of you, if you switch to the transportation section, there's an 11:17 of the chart he's referring to. That makes it much easier to read than the 8.5 by 11 on a PowerPoint.
I'm too old to read it.
Well, and electronically, it's amazing, you can just blow it up.
So weird.
Just fine, even on this little device.
But yeah, if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Stay until midnight if you have questions.
We got till 4.
Yes, there's another agenda.
We appreciate being able to give the gift of time back to the board.
We appreciate
They'll
your-
remind you come sometime this fall.
But we do appreciate your time because honestly, we know this is a lot of information. We live and breathe it and it's, near and dear to our hearts, so we're enthusiastically wanting you to hear everything, but we recognize that a lot. So anytime, any questions come up, please feel free to contact, of course, the director or county engineer or information.
So like this table, does this count as the CIP?
It is.
Let's
the-
have Andrew
Yeah.
answer that.
Yeah, so the table
He's
is
over
just
there
like one piece of the CIP. It's more or less just a master list of all proposed projects in the next 6 years. So the table is the list, and then all the official documents after are kind of the supplemental data that explains what the project is, the location of the project, graphics if graphics exist. So the
Okay, so
document as a
Trying to
whole.
square, like you had said, the Rochester Main Street thing, not on the CIP, but it's on the list, but maybe it doesn't have the supporting date, it's not called out, is that what you meant?
Did you, I thought you said it was on the
It
list.
is
I
on the
mean,
chart.
Yeah, it's in
so
the CIP.
It will be in the CIP. If
Okay,
I'm,
it's being on the
yeah,
CIP.
yeah.
That's what I'm just trying to make sure, the terminology. Alright, well, that's good. Anything else, Commissioner? Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
We'll be adjourned back at 4 p.m. to discuss the human service rates. Don't miss it.